Been noticing a lot of controller noise in my recordings, which is unfortunate, but remains not a ton I can do about that until I have the spoons and time to investigate stuff to filter that out. I did want to do some warm-up boss fights. Which I guess could also double as getting some attuned and whatever the other one is. Like basically to grind out completions that I probably won't do for all of the bosses anyways under any circumstance, but I can, you know, get some of it done. And the more of them I kind of just get idly as, you know, remembering how the game is played, the more likely I am to actually get all of them done. Even if some of them might be, you know, a bit much to go for. I also want to make that, you know, like a special task. There's really no point healing there unless I could heal too. The only one I'm really interested in pressing is King Grim, either form of Grim or Mantis Lord, just because I really like those fights, and Pure Vessel, because I actually do need to practice that fight still. But again, doing some like lower bosses. I do need to stop getting my ass handed to me quite so much by Gross Mother. Granted, the stage is a lot more difficult to avoid on, but also she still has, you know, very... I guess he also does get a health increase with this, but still. This is the Scream build demo boss. I should be able to handle her. This sentence is not the kind of self-justification it maybe sounds like it's going to be. Like, I picked a warm-up. I'm doing warm-ups for a reason. But also, I would like to just, you know, knock out this boss and be like, hell yeah. I cleared this boss out. I mean, honestly, the answer, you know, especially if I want to do the no-hit version of this, is simply be a little patient and get hits in where you can and not worry about getting the max possible. See, that is the kind of thing that... getting like a hit like that once in this difficulty is fine, but if I were doing a hitless, I could not justify that risk. The name of the game is just do a bunch of this, do a scream when it's safe, and then build up your damage more. There we go. I don't think there's anything for doing all of this. I think like in earlier patches there was actually something about needing to attune bosses to get higher level pantheons, but now it is purely for, you know, bragging rights individually, and, you know, this board here. Which is not nothing, but there's no other benefit of it. Compared to doing the, which I bring up in contrast to the, the restrictions on the pantheons. I forget there's an actual word they use, but like, you know, the lower damage, lower badges, whatever. That gives an actual concrete benefit in that you are rewarded with life heart, or like the blue life hearts in your pantheons, which nifty. I don't think I'm going to suffer through all of the pantheons with all the restrictions on, even like some restrictions on to get to that point, but in theory I could see, like, yeah, okay, That would be a nice thing to have for the higher pantheons, wouldn't it? And kind of a nice, like, you know, like... Damn. It's kind of both at once. Like, it is a practical reward and also one that's, like, easy to show off and be like, hey, I did the thing. I do think I kind of want to unlock some of them, just for, like, a partial that. But I don't know how hard I'm going to try to do it. I think I'm going to give this 1 or 2 more tries and then stop, because I think I could sit here and get this, but I think I also don't want to do that, is the thing. Damn it, I was trying to dodge right then. I was trying to shade dash through. Well, actually, let's do a Sisters of Battle, so I remember what it's like when I'm very familiar with a boss's patterns. And then I might actually do a, I guess it's just Mantis Lords, because I don't have Sisters Battles yet, because I have not done the Pantheon where that shows up. What are words? I might do, for more warm-up stuff, do one of the earlier Pantheons, before people actually hang out here. And put a notch on it, or a restriction on it to unlock something. Good start. Ah! Well, it worked out. Ow. I think I'm slowly learning just how much damage you can do with quick swipe if they let you. Ow. I could have tried a little harder. I was like, oh, why should I bother healing? I'll just scream them to death. And it's like, well, yes, good strategy. Solid. You do, however, need to not get hit all of the times. Turns out my health still matters, as it turns out. I also need to kind of have better... Is it still called proprioception if it's involving a character in a video game, or do you invent a new, different term for it? I feel like I'm bad at, like, having an idea of, like, how far my dash will take me. I think one of them's gotta be close to dead. Well, it depends on if the screams hit the same one, which I guess I have no way of knowing. There we go. God, they go so fast, we just... It's weird that if you use the build I'm using effectively, it kills things quickly. It's almost as if that's what it's designed to do. Hi, Aurora. Ah! I'm warming up with various things and musing about other optional challenges I could do. I kind of actually do want to put one of the Pantheons on, with a restriction on and see what that feels like. One of the easier ones. Like, any of these, well, by their nature, makes it harder, but, like, Charms and Soul, like, with the way my build is set up, is where things become actually scary. Because, like, the nail damage is great. Like, my build, you know, it does partially take advantage of that. But, like, mostly it's I should scream enemies to death, given the choice. And so when I can't do that as effectively, that becomes, it makes things a lot more of a drag. In a way that I would argue is more than the other restrictions, given the way I'm set up. Getting a scream off against this boss is annoying, I remember now. Like, you get free soul, basically, because of the summons, but it's like, actually using it is obnoxious. So boss is just off to the side. I think you can probably get a scream if you're, like, much better tuned on the patterns than I am, but, like, at least with the way I learned how to handle this boss, it is hard to get a use out of spells. Now, I do also need to avoid getting hit, given that I'm locked at half health. I think I checked, and the side spell, whatever it's called, is like a little bit less than like my the damage my nail does by default, like with the upgrade one I have. And of course, the scream spell is like 3 times that if all of it hits, so it's, you know, very different. I think I also learned I've been kind of underrating the dive spell as like an offensive option, like just generally. Like, I think I just didn't realize it did, like, meaningful damage or, like, had uses besides its use in the world. And I don't think I'm necessarily going to use information to make advantage of it more, but because I think I'm, you know, doing alright with what I have, but I definitely could do that, in theory. Love being really fucking mean to these early bosses. What if I just farmed up to full soul off this guy while also beating him to shit? Well, this is like true of every boss, but I really like this one specifically for being like a reaction timer explicitly. It's like it does 2 things, and you need to read correctly what it does in, you know, a couple frames. It's not that short, but like that's just the whole of the boss. It's just it does 2 things, and do you jump or do you run under it, and do you misread that? I own it. Great question, Hornet. Ow. I was trying to dodge it and then also get in there for an attack, but the warehouse position, that was just never going to be safe to do. Ah! Can't be that cheeky about it, I guess. God, going back to the earlier version of her is so much easier. I also don't remember like anything that's in this Pantheon besides the final, so it might be really exciting. Piece of shit. Please die faster. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. Please. Please. That was the worst. Okay, it was fine. This is not my least favorite dream boss because it's Markoth, but I also hate this guy. I probably could have squeezed out more soul from that, and like without it being that dangerous. Speaking of ways that the dive is actually useful, I will demonstrate when I have any soul. I just didn't know you could knock him out of the ground like that. Might, in theory, help my later version of the fight, because I've been having trouble with some of that specifically, but... Please let me heal. I know you're having a moment, but please. Ah! I didn't realize he had so many stagger phases in this earlier fight. I guess it depends on how much damage you're doing to him, to an extent. It's one of the bosses where I think you can do a ton of damage by screaming at, but I just have never, like, understood the positioning to do it. Whenever I try, I just take a bunch of contact damage from the boss from trying. Ow. Ow. I walked directly into that one. Damn it! Fuck. Okay. Alright, what about the actual challenge now?
Yes.
I thought he'd be further over. Might be dead, maybe saved. As I think happened the original time I won this fight, I need one of them to be dead very quickly because I'm so scared. Damn it. That's the other reason I never like really knock these out. Is like it totally feels possible to do it, but it's so stressful the whole time, and it's like even more so than regular Pantheons. If I like fail at the finish line like that, it's like I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it anymore. Don't make me. Alright, original plan. One more Sisters of Battle, and then I will do a couple Pure Vessels, and then just get into the thing. And my Sisters of Battle, I still need Mantis Lloyd, because I still have not unlocked the better version of this fight. One day. Today, even. Slipped over the edge. Okay. Really, the thing is I should just not play that close to the edge unless I need to scream, even then be a little more careful about it. Okay. I'll do an Ascended. I'll just do an Ascended. I don't need to be perfect. I just need to practice. Alright. I love them so much. I want to be Mantis Sisters when I grow up. Alright, where is Grim? Is he on this floor? I can't remember. We'll find out, I suppose. Hello. There you are. Alright, man. Let's go. I do need to practice him for the next Pantheon anyways. Because he's in the final Pantheon, but only as this form. Ow. I'm rusty on this timing, Jesus. Might need another... Yeah, okay. I think like one of the it was like a Steam guy or something. I was kind of idly reading to see if there's anything like useful to my style of play or things in there. And like it was talking about Nightmare King as being like one of the most deterministic bosses. It's just you gotta. It's hard to pull off dodging his moves, but it does just do the same 4 things and nothing else. the way? I think it had jumped one and then... I'm rusty on what even might... That's what I did. Okay. Oh, maybe I should go into the other thing if I'm gonna be rusty on this guy. Like, we're gonna have to do him at some point, but... Maybe it's also not great to be learning 2 contradictory boss patterns at once before I really need to be. So I will really need to. I will need to know all these boss patterns at once, but... Still having so many troubles with this man's hitbox, or hurtbox even. That was a real good first attempt, though. Like, I took way too much damage. Like, I can't assume full health on this boss fight, but, like, did alright. Did alright for coming in fresh. Like, reacting to this guy under strain is still the main, like, issue here, but being able to deal with him out of strain is not nothing. It is a useful prerequisite, as it turns out. Ow! Jesus, stop hitting me. Ow. Well, Trisha is emerging from her home. She was in one of my... I have this, like, little, like, cubicle thing with, like, a nice padded cushion on top for her and, like, a little alcove in the middle and, like, some dangling cat toys would apply it. And sometimes she'll lay on top of it and sometimes she'll sit inside it. And right now she was inside it. And now she's emerged to go do something else. She was being nice and chill in there for a minute. Must be nice to be a little kitty and just go into a box and be like, I'm going to be in here for a minute. It's nice and me-shaped. Ow. I also need a more consistent dodge method for that. I need to stop trying to heal that attack, whatever that's called. Can't believe I got away with 2 there. I had no right. I meant to dodge, but I was trying to cast a spell for some reason. Unlucky. literally. I cannot believe I got away with that. That was a really bad heal. That still, I cannot. Oh, that one I know how to dodge to, but the one where he does a 3 swipe, I do not have a consistent answer to, and I really need to find one. That too, really. Like, I have, like, ways to handle them that are mostly effective, and, like, I think that's fine in one sense, but, like, I can't be just taking random hits from stuff like that if he does it all the time. I need to have a way to do it that is almost always going to succeed. I think going high for the 3 swipe might work, but I just need to, like, train that into me more. I think being more aggressive generally on him is to my advantage, because it means I get soul faster, get spells faster. If I'm right next to him, dodging through seems to always work. It's just a matter of if he starts it from farther away, I don't have a good answer for what to do. We should also stop gendering the Hollow Knight. It continues to be a thing of me for this game. I blame society, but I could also work more to be better. Okay, I disagree, but... Wish I knew the positioning to... So allegedly you can scream him when he's doing that. I just don't know the distance for it. Oh, fuck. That was a really unfortunate circle placement. Because the thing I also learned from the wiki is when he starts doing the tentacle attack, he's at like 33% of health or less. And like, I get there really fast. So like, it is definitely a signal when I see that tentacle attack to be like, fucking hit him, fucking hit him, fucking hit him. Fucking hit it, even. Like, just get those spells in, because, like, 33% of health at the rate, like, especially Abyss screams, when I can get them off, like, do damage is, like... It's good shit. Ow. Oh, I didn't have Shadow up, I don't think, that time. Yeah, this is the other thing, is that I basically act as if Shade Cloak is always up, which is not true. It has a short cooldown. And this is one of the bosses that attacks fast enough where that actually matters, but, like, it's not instant. It's like 2 to 3 seconds. I need to keep that in mind. That was unfortunate placement. I feel like waiting a half a beat before I dodge is giving me a better success rate of all these moves, which is good to know. That was not really the place I should have gone to dodge it, but it worked. He staggered in the air! That was great! I didn't know he could do that! I didn't know he could do that! Fuck, I lost my shit watching that animation. It going in for its big attack and little bug just fucking uppercut again saying, I don't think so. It's great. I love video games. Video games are great. Okay. I disagree if you hurt Box severely. Older sibling. It's still distance-dependent. Like that is still the main problem, is like reading distance for a lot of these attacks accurately. I feel like I, to a degree, have the attacks down, with the exception of like having problems with the Void Tentacle one, but like adjusting my strategy to how far away it is at any given time is difficult, and I'm not doing well at that bit specifically, I think. I think that's probably as much the why are some of these attacks sometimes not working answer as anything else. I could have gotten a second heal off there, but I didn't trust that it would do that. Ow. Yeah, I just keep not reading the tentacles successfully is the thing. Like, it's visually different. It's just another thing of, like Nightmare King, this is, you know, a late game boss. And the name of the game is, all the moves are very readable. Can you read them fast enough? Can you react quickly enough? That is, you know, what the high end of, you know, the way they've built this game. It's fine. It's, you know, it's good. I'm here for it. But it's one of those where I'm, like, very clearly saying, like, okay, I need my, whatever human reaction time is, I need to make sure I'm hitting the upper range of that right now, because I am making incorrect reads and suffering the consequences constantly. That attack is at once it's 33% down, the big charge. As an example of like how fast I am knocking it between phases when I'm actually landing my spells. Damn. Good, thank you, Abe. I'll look at that later. Oh, I know what it shows, but I will reminisce later. I wanted that to be a different attack than it actually was. I should really try seeing if I can just learn to pogo the 3 swipe. I think that would be good for me, and maybe also get me a free hit in the middle when it is still moving across the screen. See, like, whatever the range had to be to successfully scream is, like, right next to the boss, and I just don't trust like that with how big its hurtbox is. Ow. Like, it would be really helpful if I could, like, learn to consistently, like, punish those with a, I mean, maybe this is when I learn how to use Descending Dark offensively, as opposed to just as a movement technique, because, like, maybe that would be easier to hit with, but, like, Abyss Scream, I just know can hit hard here, and I just don't trust myself to pull it off without just being very punished by a boss that is already very good at punishing me. Maybe I can make it work. The fact that, like, the boss happened to stagger right where I was standing and just showed him, like, okay, the head is safe in that position. It's like, okay. I realized I was literally just complaining about this, but now that the boss has been so gracious as to show me, like, no, it's really not that bad. It's like, okay, fine. Maybe I will scream. Maybe I will learn to scream at older sibling. Hollow Knight taunting this large creature, it's my turn on the Xbox. Oh, that was unfortunate. I didn't have enough soul. I didn't think the stagger was that close. Honestly, well, I guess in that situation, I might have been able to dash through the boss fast enough, but that cannot be my general solution to that. I just need to, like, read it better, and I'm just not succeeding at doing that still. And it might be fine, like, especially if I'm, you know, getting screams off on the staggers now and I understand how to do that successfully. It's like, I might not need to deal with that attack enough for it to really matter on the, you know, the run that counts, but you prefer to not have to count on that kind of thing. But also saying that, like, there are definitely many Souls bosses where it's like, what if my you know, victory run was the one where they simply didn't do that thing. Like, my victory Melania, when I was doing her the hard way without using summons, I spent, like, 10 minutes, like, trying to kite out her, you know, the attack. Jesus Christ. Okay. I spent, like, 10 minutes trying to, like, kite out Waterfall Dance in her second phase, and she just didn't do it. She just chased me in a circle for, like, 10 minutes. And, like, eventually I just, you know, kind of cautiously committed to the fight again and won. But it was just like, please. I just wanted you to do this so I knew it was on cooldown for a bit. And she's like, nah. I'm just gonna make you wait. Just gonna make you run in circles. It's like, alright, hon, I guess it's your arena. I'm just a guest here. Unfortunate positioning from the boss. I need to not miss these so often. I think it's part of it is I'm just wasting Shadow Step for dashes when I don't really need it. Yeah, and like the other thing I guess about trying to scream during that phase is like as pointed out by the wiki when I was reading it, and I guess as demonstrated live, is that the boss can do this, go from stagger directly into a parry, and if you're still screaming, it will just parry. And like I think if I do the scream right away, I'm reasonably safe from that happening. But what's happened twice in a row is I have like mispositioned, gotten hit by the boss, and then like before I positioned again, like it was basically over. So I really need to get it, you know, done once. Okay. I'm gonna take like a breath and some water after this attempt because I'm shaken in a way I need to not be. Like I am warming up. I'm not past like the goals I set for the opening of the stream. It's just like I feel off and I need to feel like I'm more in control of my fighting for the task I've set for myself today. Can't believe we got a fucking twofer of that. That's great. Couldn't see him. Could not see them. I did drink some water. I think that is what's happening in a lot of these, really. It's just Shadow Cloak not being up when I think it is, and the consequences thereof. I think I'm gonna restart that run, see if I can just feel like 10% more controlled in how I'm doing this. Maybe untrain myself out of reflexively dashing all the time, because like I need to be a little more thoughtful about it here. Like, I'm using it mostly to get closer to him to get damage in, which I think is a good thing, but not if it's meaning I'm trading. Messy. Yeah, it's just awkward when he's on like a different side of the screen than when it's like on a different side of the screen than I expect, and like my dodge just brings me closer to the boss instead of actually away as I meant to. Because it's another thing that just, again, like, usually doesn't happen, and then when it does, my strategy just stops working. Ah. One day I will learn this boss's hurt box. One day. Fuck you. I gotta stop doing it. So what I'm literally gonna do today, apparently, is just stagger the boss mid-attack, which is funny as hell, but it's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to get good at killing the boss. Wish I had a better answer to that. Like, it just comes down to I don't have a good answer to the 3 swing, I don't have a good answer to tentacles, and I need one. And until then, it's just a matter of I hope I don't get those 2 very common... Oh, 1 very common attack, 1 attack that becomes common at the, you know, 2/3 mark, but... Running into the boss just makes me particularly frustrated. It's like, I should know better than to do that at this point. Which is, I don't know, not any... I guess I don't have a clear theory of mind for why that is more unreasonable, or more something I should expect than any other pattern I'm having trouble with, but... It sure is giving me trouble, and I sure wish it was not. I think I got 2 clues of this in last fight, so it's definitely well within my reach too. It's just a matter of getting more consistent at it, so that it's not like a coin flip when I get up to the top of the Pantheon again. Hey! stood directly in front of a sword. I'm not sure why I did that. Cannot give an explanation that's satisfying. I'm not that tilted about this yet, but I am trying to get better into the frame of mind that lets me be good at these, and less in the one where I'm frustrated at my mistakes. Because I do need to just get the reps in more than anything else, and, you know, that does include repping at the things that I'm having trouble with once I figure out a better way to do it. I don't understand why that dodge is still so inconsistent. Really, truly do not understand. Like I thought I said earlier, some confidence it was like just the shade cloak being offline, but I'm not sure that's true. And like it just feels like it's a very slight positioning thing that I don't understand, and like would desperately like to understand. Okay, that one I understand, but see, I can do it. It's just a matter of making that not take that many attempts. And I know you believed in me, honey. You may already be typing as much, but it's a matter of, again, making it consistent. Making the believed real. Making it true. And then doing it after a bunch of other bosses. See, I can speak faster than you can type. Probably. Well, it depends on the words, I guess. I can just say shit on my stream and you have to watch it. You signed up for this. Miss dodges on both of those, huh? Okay. Ow. I saw it, like, the text moving out of the corner of my eye, but didn't actually see what you typed past caught, so I'm glad to see a progression from you, as I just started to spew bullshit. Don't understand. I just do not. Okay, that I understand. That one I was just standing there. I literally just stood there too. Okay. Let's try that again with less getting hit by really easier to avoid attacks. I want a rematch. I want to restart. Don't understand. Like, triggering the parries I think I shouldn't be doing, but like, on the run where I won, I successfully did it after a scream twice in a row, so I just don't. I wish I, the player, was more consistent. The boss fight aside, it's like, I know I'm capable of, you know, triggering a parry and just dealing with it, and I wish I could just do it consistently. It doesn't even feel like remarkably harder. It's just I'm learning, you know, get real close to the boss. It's just sometimes I am not positioned correctly despite feeling like I am. I don't... God. Getting hit by the easy charge he does makes me just immediately want to restart the fight, because it's like, clearly I'm just off and need to try this again, because like, of all the attacks he does, of all the attacks it does, that's the one I understand like the most, and like I need to just have handled. I'm still on that nice edge of like, you know, getting into the mindset, getting warmed up, and also not getting frustrated, missing quote-unquote easy moves on what is the second hardest boss in the game. Ow. I feel better once I get the Pantheon done and get into Hollowness at least, because I just, once I have Sisters of Battle back in my life, I will be just so much more improved. You could also be doing heals during this, but considering it hits for 2, it just doesn't feel worthwhile to do it. I would rather just, you know, A, get hit less, and B, turn that soul into spellcasts to make the fight faster. That was real risky, but it worked out. I couldn't see where the boss was. I was looking for where the boss was before that and didn't notice it had done the dive. And then almost survived, but because I was looking around and not paying attention to the move, I walked directly into a sword. What is your hurt box? Yeah. I think if I get another clear, I'm just going to go do the Pantheon to warm up on that, and then come back to our fellow here. That's a variety of things I need to warm up on. So I'm getting in very in my head about this fight, and like, to an extent, like, validly, like, I simply do need to learn this fight. There is no getting around it. But also, there are other things to warm up on. I don't necessarily need to be ultimately stressed about just this fight solely. God damn it. Also, if I go into this boss, Jesus Christ, with a good... I'm gonna restart this attempt, though. If I get into this fight in the Pantheon with a full set of health, which is very possible, like, I can't, you know, make the stress go away of it being for real, but it will be effectively as hard as what I'm doing right now, so. And, you know, therefore I have the same chance of, like, hey, I'm not consistent on this fight in the way I'd like to be, but I can, in fact, clear it on any given attempt. Jesus. That would be an example of not successfully parrying after triggering after a scream. Yeah, I'll, when I switch over, I will Pantheon, or I will stretch and then Pantheon. There we go. I'll give it at least a couple more attempts before I do either, but good shout. Thank you for reminding me to do responsible streamer things, as opposed to irresponsible streamer things. Which I can do those on my own. I'm good at those ones. Punished for my stupid jokes. Awkward placement. Okay, no. No. No, no, no. No. No, no, no. 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 I don't think so. Like, on one hand, yes, it was kind of just, again, bad luck that the boss did the dive so close to the wall there, and that also, like, being next to the wall wasn't safe, which it has been almost every time I've gotten pinned like that. But also, I need to deal with that. I need to try to not get positioned like that. I need to try to stay more in the center so that can't happen, or is, like, less likely to happen. Jesus. Not helping that the boss seems to want to hug the walls right now. Damn it. Still don't have a good solution to tentacles. I... Oof. Yeah, I'll do my big stretch and then do a couple runs at the full Pantheon. Still don't feel confident in this boss, but I have at least reached where I was the end of last stream. And the nice thing about last stream, or the useful thing for the sentence I'm trying to construct here, is that I was very tired. It was like 5 hours in, and I am 1 hour in to a stream. So yeah, I'm gonna do my stretch, get some water, and then I will be back to actually. I'm gonna position myself just to remember what I'm doing, but. And for the first one, I can give myself an actual, full shot at it, even though I'm not going to get in the habit of charging up before Pantheons, because it shouldn't matter. I, need to get myself consistent in these fights to the point where, like, yes, it would be nice to open with more soul, but I should be able to handle it without it. Okay. Nope. I don't want to do that. I will be right back. Once I can navigate to 2 buttons and press them in sequence. Be back in a minute. That's enough looking at the internet, I think. Not the internet brackets bad, at least as far as my personal feelings go. Just other things that will make me upset. Their opinions about companies that control the internet, and they're negative, as you might be able to guess if you know things about me. Ow. Definitely not anywhere near my least favorite, like, bosses, or my least favorite dream bosses even, but like the way the summons, or not the summons even, but like these ghosts or whatever they're meant to be work in this boss has just always infuriated me. Cause like they don't even like move particularly complexly or anything, it's just there's enough of them, they move frequently enough that like my brain always has trouble reading where is safe, especially if I'm trying to get in for attacks. Yeah, I can see him coming for me too. I was like, maybe I can still get the heal off. No. Reader, she could not get the heal off. Okay. Calm down, man. I need to stop trying to hit him that close with that attack. It just does not work consistently. I'm sure it's like when you can knock him out of the ground also, so I imagine it depends on him being in. Like, this probably is an attack that either you cannot knock him out of the ground during, or you need to time it very well, neither of which I'm good at. But it's also the time I most want him to be out of the ground, is the thing. Like, I'm usually happy to wait it out, like with the other moves he'll do. But that one specifically is like, okay. That one specifically is very nice for him to stop being in the ground, and I don't seem to have a way to do it, or at least I'm not sure I do. Right, and you just need to survive that one. Full heal. Back in. It's one place in the arena I need you to very much not be. One of these. Yeah, I don't need to be that fucking greedy about it, is the thing. He used to give it to full off this guy trivially is still so fucking funny. So he paired with this guy right afterwards, like, okay, I know exactly where I'm putting all that soul, and it's into this fucker. I hate you so fucking much. I've realized that, you know, beating them to shit with screams does not necessarily make it apparent why I hate them, but if it doesn't go that well, it's a really miserable fight, is the thing. Risky heal, not punished. Okay, interest you in one of those, yep. I could have actually gotten more soul out of that fight, but I was like, surely they're not one hit away, right? Surely. Turns out, yes, they were in fact one hit away. Right. Yeah, yeah. Get to your fucking tantrum, old man. I wish I was more consistent at this. Full health, no soul going into the actual fight that matters. Not the worst. Nice to have some soul in here, but this is where I practice not having soul, is for circumstances like this one. Damn it, I missed a parry opportunity, or a scream opportunity. What if I just did it? Is the thing. What if I just won? Oh, it feels so good. You were wooing a lot recently, babe, for a bunny shark. I guess that dog is in you. Now let's go get another achievement real quick. Well, actually, let's do two things. Can I warp into here? I can't remember. Damn it, I never remember which is warp into and which is warp away. Well. Right, what I wanted was just a warp back to Godhome, because getting back to Godhome sucks. But we're just gonna go kill, older sibling easy mode real quick for a another achievement, because the last completionism achievement. Who are you? Is 112%. Like there's nothing for. Well, there is something for completing the top pantheon. There's a separate achievement, but there is no and then complete the game achievement. There's a way to get over to where that guy was. I just don't remember what it is. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go, go get the 112% completion achievement, and then catch my breath a little bit more, and then actually worry about doing the work of grinding up the Pantheon for all the marbles. I'm gonna have to look this character up on the wiki, because I know for sure there's a way to get over there. I just don't remember what it is. Do I even need to kill these anymore? Well, in any sense of it. I might be about to be run over. Who the fuck are these dipshits? Can't remember if they're sorted with the other sewer animals or if they're sorted differently. Actually, I guess 100, it's counted completed at the same number, so actually that just tells me right there. Because I know I've killed at least one of these, and therefore I must have killed enough to get the full completion. So I'm looking at phone real quick. So I'm looking at things on a phone real quick. Oh, I guess I did actually need... Well... I talked myself out of needing to kill more of them, then I killed another one because it was there, and then I got the credit for another one, so I guess now we know. Where the fuck is it? I need to read my text blurb that I worked so hard to earn. There's so many enemies that don't matter right now to me. You. Let's see. God, that felt good. It wasn't even like winning. Like winning, obviously great, feels good and all that. Like it was just like the it was more, or it wasn't just that. It was the combined, you know, joy at winning and joy at winning a hard thing in a Souls game, plus like still having the anxiety deep in my veins from, you know, being in the fight. Like, which I'm still feeling like a little wired just from doing the fight, let alone winning it. I think this video game might be good. Controversial opinion. Might have been a good idea to come back and play this for stream purposes. I hope we're going the right way. Oh, I think I've ended up in that little side passage down there. It would be nice to have the compass on, I suppose, but I am wedded to my cool kid spellcaster build, and why would I take that off when I could simply remember where I'm going? At least the warp point, presumably I don't accidentally warp or press the create warp zone spell. It will be quick to get back to Godhome at least, and I will not have to go through this again, which is the whole point of it. Seems promising. I guess it's Dung Defender's bit, and I think getting to the City of Tears will be pretty close to a warp point. Probably is my best way out of here. I don't remember. Well, I guess every way out of here leads into the city, given where it is, or at least close to it. So my warp point back to where I'm actually trying to get to was always probably going to go through there. It's hard. Oh, I can't believe that scream hit him. It was not even what I meant to do. It just worked out. Man, there's one gimmick in this phase, and yet I'm trying to heal during it. Alright, man, enjoy your dreams. I thought I'd just give it a try while I was here. While I was passing through. What do I get? I just up, right? Okay. I've not been through this passageway in a minute. Oof. Oh, right, King Station is the easiest way out. Fuck out of my way. Might as well do my heal here. So you also learn on that warp misadventure that you... I think I knew this and then forgot that you can't warp out of Godhome. It just drops you to the exit. You can warp to the guy that gets you into Godhome, which is, you know, nearly as good, but... Oh, that's not at all what I meant to do. I wanted to do Dirtmouth. I just clicked one too far. Oof. Owie. God, I love seeing your whole pile of comments in chat, Hunt. On the win. Especially the fucking get him a body bag. You wanna... Yeah, sometimes you gotta... fucking hate to do stream culture shit, but like one of the good aspects of it is like sometimes you fucking gotta believe in the streamer. It helps when you're dating the streamer and have that personal connection, of course, but just generally, like, sometimes you gotta believe it's the run, and sometimes it's the run, as it turns out, when you're playing until you get the run. Hey, man. Honey, you have no idea how good I've gotten. Alright, time to kill God again. I could do the other ending that's easier, but what if I simply said, nah, I'll do the hard one. As warm-up for the harder one, which I'll do later. You need to respect Radiance slightly more than I am. Slightly. Good warm up. Oh, sorry, I have to do something, don't I? Okay, I guess we'll watch the short credits again. Hoping that counted. I'm not sure if I missed something. That should have been 112%. Unless I misunderstood what the wiki was saying about what counts as completion percent. I'm pretty sure the top pantheon just does not. I guess because it's an ending. I suppose I'm just going to lock in the screen. I can actually... Well, 1 second. Sorry, I've opted to retie my head for But what I wanted to do... Yeah, pure completion is what I was after. Which I should be getting, but it might be that it pops after credits, or I just have misunderstood something. I will live. Excuse me. But it would be nice just to have that as my, on the way prize in pursuit of doing the hardest thing in the game. I hope, I don't know. I think I can get pretty far into the full Pantheon today, and maybe get some attempts at Pure Radiance. But I'm mostly just, again, obsessing over Systems of Battle, which I just like a lot. For, the whole structure of it, and, like, the conceit, and, like, one specific moment, which will become very clear as soon as I actually get into it. Popped a vertebrae or something in my poor mistreated 30 or 40 years old and don't need this back. Thanks. Alright. Mr. Mushroom. Still at large. Still a threat. Where he stops, nobody knows. There we go. Okay. Let's go back. Well, let's go back into the video game, I suppose. Yes, just like this one. Peace. Up here. Where's this way just unlocked? There's so much stuff in this one little area. I think it's neat that they did that. I think it's also particularly like exciting for me that I don't remember. I remember, what's in Godhome broadly, but I was like, okay, how is it laid out? Couldn't tell you. You also cannot do this unless you have the Void Heart. I think presumably because it involves a lot of fights that you wouldn't get without doing that path anyways. Like Radiance. Which I guess is not practically a blocker. I mean, it means you have to get it, which I guess makes a speed run involving this a little bit slower, but shrug. And I guess if you're, trying to get the, if you're trying to get a bunch of achievements in one go, you would need to get the base ending first, because it locks you out of that. But, like, otherwise, it just, doesn't matter. So this involves a few, like, mixed up fights like this. I don't remember what else is different. I see we'll find... Oh, actually, I know one fight that's new and different, which we'll get to when we get to. But... I love how much soul you get off these guys. I hate the overlapping summons and how annoying they can be. They both just decide to summon at the same time. And you do unlock all these as separate fights in the Hall of Gods once you pass them, as far as I remember. Well, I know that's true for at least a couple. I think that's true for them as a rule. Like, if there's any fight that's at all different, they allow you to do that one. Like, this is just the Ascended one. At least the arena is. I'm not sure if the health or anything is different, but this is the arena I was just practicing on. That was not clever teasing for the stream. It was just, I ran it and then remembered, oh yeah, you do that in this fight, or you do that in this Pantheon. I think it's only like a bunch of the easier bosses that have like these severe changes. Like other ones tend not to be that different. Like we've already fought this guy exactly this way. He's not different. I think this is actually the easier. He has the easier version of this guy. So this is in fact the easiest version of this guy we fought. Which is why I'm just beating him to shit. I don't want to pick on you guys specifically, you just happen to be the easiest boss in the game by a wide margin in some respects. Hi, Hornet. I need to really think about many more bosses with the whole dream doing them for a bunch of soul aspects opened up so widely. So many bosses just have a big window for that. If you have, well, I guess it's just like have the badge that makes it fast is why it's open. It's why it's so open specifically, but just generally, like being able to get like 66 soul out of a boss while they're stunned is so helpful. Fuck you. I think I just assumed before I'd gone back into this Pantheon proper that every fight in here is its hardest version. It just is not true. I think actually it might be the case you have to fight both versions, I guess, is the counter to that thought, but I guess we'll find out when we get farther into this Pantheon and everything becomes clear again. Because I can imagine this also has White Defender in it, but if it doesn't, then alright, I will take the easier version of this fight. In exchange for, you know, having the harder version of everything else. A fair trade, who could say? Damn it. This is definitely one of the harder versions of this fight. I'm not sure if it's the hardest version, but you don't get these spawns on the base one. No. May have to be using spell on this guy. This is, you don't have the center platform you usually have in this fight, which makes it not too much harder really, but different. Ow. I think just aggressive spell use once again wins the day. One of the things the guide I read for this point out specifically is that you can get like 2 screams and still dodge, or at least 1 scream and still dodge, with the way that big spit works. Exactly where I don't want to be is between them. I hate when the Blowjob brothers put me in a corner. I need to not be that risky with it, but I won, so. Ah, I got soul out of it. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter, because it's the restroom. But I did get soul out of it before the warp away, which is a moral victory if it didn't practically do anything. This is not my least favorite guy, it just looks like him. I need you to stay within scream range, sir. So you can get out of your fucking hell room faster. A lot of these are going down faster than I thought. Like, every time I'm a little surprised by how fast it's going, which is, I guess, nice sign of mastery again. I think maybe, yeah, this is the base version of him too. You can tell because it's not red crystal, or it's not red laser lights, and he doesn't do it doesn't do 2 hits per. It's fucking bursting him right to stagger. We still get the fake out in the intro fight, right? Yeah. Yeah. I know you're dying. It's real impressive, etc., etc. Get to the part where I beat your ass again, please. Thank you. Timing on this is a lot more forgiving. Yes! This is it. Shit's getting real. One's out. Was trying to do both healing and not healing at the same time. I had to commit to one or the other. I do want to do some healing in what is now a relatively safe fight. God, that fight rules. No, thank you. The spells make it real fast, but still. Okay, so I didn't need to heal then. Yeah, what if all 3 of them? Just the fucking reveal of, like, you knock the first one out, and she just stands up and goes, no. Fuck off. We're doing it old school, kid. We're doing it old school. You better be ready. We need a fucking reaction test. Simply scream. Scream all of your problems away. Lessons of Hollow Knight. This is also the easier version of the fight. Love that how fast a lot of these dream fights get if you successfully hit all your screams. Amen.
Yes.
God, I'm rusty on his movement patterns. Please give me a clean heal opportunity. Thank you for listening. It's messy as shit, but I got away with it. Didn't realize how many rest stages you got. I like glanced at wiki stuff about this, but like didn't read the full boss list or try like make any effort to understand it. And I'm pleasantly surprised at how many rest areas there are. I'm trying to memorize. Well, I guess it's just after, you know, Pantheon bosses, effectively, or like bosses of that tier. But good to know when you get your breaks. I just love the boss in the Pantheon that would just stand there and let you get like a full 5-hit combo on them. It's like a huge chunk of health that they just like let you remove for free. Like, the scale of, like, Hollow Knight bosses is that, like, you know, 600 or 900 health is, like, a reasonable amount for, like, a mid to late boss to have. And my attacks do, like, 40 or 45. So if I can get, like, 5 of them off in a row, I have just done, like, most of the boss's health if they're a mid-game, or, like, a lot of, like, a big chunk of it. For, like, one of the late-game ones. Like, fucking Pure Vessel, like, 300 damage is, like, a third of his health, I'm pretty sure, or something like that. I might be off, but... Okay, please heal when I press the heal button. Messy, but whatever, we take those. Beast, please move forward. I guess I should just see how hard it is to kill the rider, but I think I've always gone for the beast because she just ends the fight immediately afterwards, and if you kill the rider first, you still have to kill the beast. So it's both a harder thing and also, of your, you know, tragic options, it feels slightly less tragic. You know, she can go make a life still, as opposed to also being dead. There's no winning here. Hey man, fuck you. Fucking throw your tantrum, see if I give a shit. No, I maybe care a little bit, especially if I'm going to continue missing my shots. The Scream does like 160 or something if you hit all 4 like bursts of it. As another point of comparison. It's like if you land that, you are chunking a boss to hell. And that's with boosted, I guess. I don't know what I can't remember what it is base, but for my purposes, that is the only number it does. Oh, I forgot we got this stage. Hey, man. Damn it. I broke the healing off early and still didn't get away in time. Damn it. Don't need to cheese this quite that hard. Or maybe I will want to. I'm still learning the order of this Pantheon on like when I'm going to care about a bunch of soul or not. It's nice to have a full health by going into this fight, given how much I hate it, but I'm still reeling from reading the patches and seeing that they like nerfed this boss a lot from when I played it till now, which I'm glad they did, and that explains part of why I had such a vehement hatred for it, but I think it's mostly just like it wouldn't summon, like it never wanted to use the summon, so you're just kind of like waiting forever to get to, you know, do any damage. Damn it. I can't believe that missed. You also have to be good at aiming them, which I'm not and have never been, but they're also apparently something you can soul off of if they are alive at the end of the fight, which I will keep in mind, but I'm not sure if I will have an opportunity to do that. God. Messy, but we're through. I'll worry about doing that cleaner when I know what's on the other side of this and how much I have to care. Alright. What if Hornet, but not? I'm not done Winged Nos for a minute, so I don't remember much. I guess that's true of all the Pantheon shit, but like, it's both a fight that is meaningfully different from the base fight and a fight that I don't remember the intricacies of anymore. God, why am I dodging through things in a way I don't want to do? I keep falling into the same trap and hoping this time it'll be different. We love a phase change, but gonna keep doing it, I guess. It'll work eventually, probably. Damn it. Damn it, fuck. Well, I'm gonna need to tighten that up a bit, but it was a victory. The only kind the game cares about. Fucking getting killing windows off of this dipshit is gonna be real tricky. Don't do it! He did it. Yeah, I'm gonna need to warm up on him too. It's been too long since I fought him. Let's do some practice runs. It's annoying you have to go like all the way down and all the way back up. I don't know, it adds like weight to it, but it's like, yeah, I know you're trying to make this all cool and dramatic, but I kind of just want to, you know, get my practice runs and then have to like not to run like a mile back. Jesus. I'm having hiccups. Hiccups are having me. That won't be good enough on Hitless. Neither will that. Jeez. Still the fucking coolest intro in the game. I definitely have to learn how to do this a bunch safer than I'm doing it is mostly a thing. Like, I think really the strat is just play it ultra safe and stop trying to get screams in until it's down to 2, and then it becomes safe to do those strats again. But when there's a third one, it fucks these patterns up in a way that's makes it really spicy when you're newer to the fight, and mostly this means you don't have the windows to do shit you would normally have against this boss. Okay. When I was still learning this fight, it was a triumph to get it down to 2 at all. Just knowing that I was like that close was something, and got me all excited. And then, you know, of course, many attempts I didn't actually win it, but eventually I got there. Now, let's try that with getting hit less, and then getting hit none times. I would love to hit my directions correctly. Okay. Bring it on, girls. Bring it on. I can take it. Yes, will not be good enough for Hitless, as it turns out, but we did get them knocked down, and they should be pretty well weakened at this point. Really? One of you's gotta be like 1 hit away. Come on. There you go. There we go. Always a pleasure. One of the things I would love to commission or draw is like what's got just editing the dive main 3 into that pose they do when they trigger the real fight, and just saying what'd you say to get the dive girls to be doing this to you? I think explaining the difference between, like, you know, this is their version of it and like a social media thing. What opinions got people looking like this or whatever. Damn it. I think I landed too soon because I saw the other one coming. Whoops. Whoops. Damn. I had just enough space there and I was slightly too far to the left, so I got hit by the one coming down, so I was trying to just nudge it over. I should be trying to get some spells off. I was kind of like hyper-focusing on like it's a little bit risky to be using screams in this, and my brain had turned that into don't use spells at all, and I think I can get off a couple like cheeky side spells in that phase before I've reduced it to just 2 of them without it being too much of a risk. And like any one of them would get me, you know, a couple free hits effectively and across multiple of them. It's kind of fun because, like, you know, it's well, I mean, for me, this is my first interaction with the idea of like, you know, a multiple bosses at one time boss, like this fight specifically, and just like a bunch of Hollow Knight fights that are like that. But then, you know, I played a bunch of Souls-es, and, like, they've got, you know, plenty of those. Ornstein and Smoke being one of your, you know, bigger examples from mainland Souls. And, like, at least the thing there, for the most part, is, like, it's a lot easier to tell them apart. Like, even when they're identical bosses, like, it's easier to kind of, like, track them. Here, like, you just don't have the information. Like, they're all identical sprites. And, like, once you have 3 at once, it's like, you can know, like, okay, one of them's way wounded, the others are kind of wounded, or, like, I've been pretty even, and all of them are pretty wounded, but you can never know which one's which until they die. Like, it's just not information you have because of the art style and design of the game, which is neat, I think, to think about. Like, it didn't, like, practically, oh, damn. Practically, like, doesn't amount to much. Like, the lesson I learned here and the lesson that did me well in Souls is, like, every multiple boss fight is a game of, like, watching all of them and getting it to a single boss fight as fast as you can. Like, that, a really simple concept when you put it like that, but, like, a lot of Souls is simply stuff like that. Like, learn what they do, learn what you can do, and get from turn one into safe moves for the other as fast as possible. Especially, like, multiple fights like these, it's just like, yeah, just learn their patterns, learn what they do in a group, and get them down to the pattern of the boss you've already learned as soon as you can. Or you know, learn how to kind of juggle both and whittle them both down, which is sometimes useful. But then you know, subject to how well can you manage multiple characters at screen on once, which, like, I learned I can manage to an extent, especially in a really heavy, like, pattern boss like this, but, like, I definitely get stressed out having to watch multiple sprites at the same time. Or full character models, for that matter. knew that was bait that I should have gone for, because exactly that would happen. Oh well. Despite this taking multiple tries, this is definitely still a good brain cleanser for me, of just like a fight that I know well, and I just want to kind of, you know, tighten up on, and that I will be satisfied to have, you know, marked off, even if I never actually get around to the full God Hall completion. I missed my pogo. I see. Interesting. I think like getting a screaming like that is not the worst idea, as long as I remember to dodge immediately after, because one of them always jumps down on you during that attack. Which actually is good for you, provided you can get the scream off and dodge in time, because it means you're going to get a full scream on the one on the side and most of a scream on the one diving you, which is great. It's good when you get damage on the boss, it turns out, in a Souls game. Psh. Didn't like that, huh? Didn't like that, Hollow Knight, huh? I say that like it wasn't me just walking directly into that character's ass. That was all on me. I walked directly into that boss while wiping the shit-eating grin off my face because I'm an asshole. I'm just thinking a post on Tumblr or something, which is like someone learning English as a second language, not sure what, but I want to say like Eastern European, maybe, something like that, said that they were truly convinced that English was a beautiful language, and they realized that this shit is so ass is a sentence that makes perfect sense in English. Just beautiful language. Or beautiful, absurd, robbed half of Europe for vocab language. The other like oft-repeated social media post about English I remember is other languages, you know, develop things. English, like, I forget the exact way it's phrased, but, you know, mugs other languages in dark alleys for loose vocab, and rifles through their pockets for loose vocab. Which, yeah. I do need to spend more time learning other languages so I can learn more things. My Spanish is still bad, but it's at least present enough that I can, like, sometimes recognize both spoken and written Spanish when I encounter it. I don't think I can confidently speak in it, though. Like, occasionally I can, like, think of, like, a small phrase I might say. I still just need, like, I don't know. Dedication, I think I more need, like, someone to hold me accountable to speak it, which is either, you know, someone who speaks it and wants to practice with me, or someone who will just, like, drive me to do something that will help me to remember the vocab. I also need a thing that is good to learn it that is not Duolingo, since they've unfortunately been overcome by LLM poisoning. The owl is dead. To me, and also dead, as far as I'm concerned. I guess that's the same thing. The owl is dead to me, let's go with that. Yeah, I'd love to learn Spanish. Those languages I'd love to learn too, but Spanish is definitely like the chief one, given how useful it is in SoCal. Okay. And how much media I have, like, on deck, let alone, like, in, like, for me, like, everyone I think about, it's like, okay, I can think of plenty of pieces of media in like most languages I've heard of that would be made better knowing the language and not having the layer of translation in front. And for a lot of those, I have practical examples, not just the theoretical. Like, yes, I would like to consume things people have made speaking this. Spanish is one of the ones where I have like a lot of practical examples fresh of mind, like ones that I need to get back to. Even like House of Paper, I still need to get back to. It's very practical, where it's like if I knew Spanish well enough to not need the subtitles, which sometimes I can, honestly. But if I knew it broadly well enough to not need the subtitles, I could get a lot more out of it, and it would be neat. Jesus. You could presume that talking while I'm playing is distracting me, and I think it might be a little bit, but I think it also is like I am trying to get into the frame of mind where I don't necessarily need to be focusing on what I'm doing so much as reacting the way I have trained my hands to play. Also, I'm enjoying this, so... And this is an NMG, like the two boss I definitely want to full radiant clear at some point. Just because they're so deterministic and like compelling to get right, and also are ones I had done that same accomplishment on the Switch. Fuck. I can't tell if that was just mispositioning, or well, I guess it was mispositioning in some sense. I think one of them just spawned on me. Which I guess is a thing I should have been aware of. It was not a thing I was expecting to be an issue compared to just moving into the hurt boxes as I've been doing. That was solid damage. I feel like one of them would have been close to breaking. I guess I don't know for sure, but it felt like it, given the successful screams. And like, on this difficulty, having two of them is not a free fight necessarily, but it becomes significantly more free than three of them is. Especially knowing that all of them have to be wounded at that point, because I know I'm not hitting one of them consistently. God, I need also position... To an extent, that's just a risky thing to do generally, because I need to kind of, get the scream off and then, like, read the state of the discs, but... Sometimes it's definitely a riskier thing, because I get a worse pattern for those moving. Yeah, okay. That was way too greedy. The thing is, I'm aware I need to be doing, like, more, like, side spells. I just can't find open opportunities to do them that feel safe. I suppose this is not quite true, because I've not unlocked pure, Absolute Radiance yet. But I'm almost at parity of where I left the Switch game as far as like goals the game recognized. You know, not necessarily playtime or out. Like playtime I assume is much less, and you know, deaths and things I have no way of measuring. But like as far as things like, you know, goalposts the game recognized, I am at parity minus having well, minus some like hall completions of bosses and minus having Absolute Radiance available to play. Otherwise, at parity, which is neat to have as a, you know, sub goal of what I wanted to do with this stream replay. Kind of the same thing as Celeste, honestly. Meet and then exceed where I got with the original time I played it. Still working on the exceeding, but I'll get there. I think my plan was to move over slightly, and maybe I even did that, but I forgot that if you were hitting an enemy, you were also moving backwards. One weird trick to get yourself killed by a Mantis Queen. I also can't remember without looking it up how much. I don't know if they have the same health in the second phase or not. Like, I think it would not be the worst assumption, but I don't actually know if that's true, if they have more or what. Yeah, okay, that was just not a good place to position. I just need to, like, really stop trying to shorten that triple phase. Like, I'm clearly capable of, like, dodging and punishing as long as it takes. I need to stop trying to speed it up and just do the thing. My reward is when there are two of them suddenly and I can just unleash the full soul bar I have at that point. I also need to stop jumping directly into their hurt boxes. That is not doing great things for my success rates here. I need to be careful about how I'm sending my dodge. I think I had room to move there. Like, this is, I guess, what I mean about, like, I feel like I need to get this fight more into my... Not subconscious, that's maybe making it a little too mystical, but, like... I'm thinking too much about what I'm doing. I need to be just reacting, and I know how to react to all these moves. Which I guess is, again, part of why I was trying to just monologue and why I should find more things perhaps to bullshit about to get my brain, like... out of the business about worrying about this fight and into the business of just kind of watching my hands play it. That was just mostly guessing wrong as to what they were going to do next. think really the trick there to successfully dodging that consistently is to forget that one is dropping down your head and just focus on like what you would do to safely get past the discs. Because that's either like a go high, go low thing, and like that seems like it's reliably mostly safe, and then you just ignore the one that's off to the side, or you know, get a cheeky hit in as you pass her. Jesus. That still remains an particularly embarrassing death of just jumping directly into the boss. I try to dodge through them. Occurs to me I could also respec just for this fight, because if you know you can't get hit, it does actually change the optimal build I can run. Well, I mean, it opens up a few different possibilities, I guess I should say, but there's a couple in particular that would be the ones I would choose. But also I don't need it. I can simply win the fight by not getting hit. And then I don't have to run all the way back to a bench, which is the true difficult part. Again, keep trying to get those cheeky screams in. It keeps not being a good idea, but I keep wanting to do it. I'm glad I got all my little snippets of writing up on the site to share with folks. Even with word counts, which it sounds like at some point I should do for all of my works, but getting word counts out of the PDF software I use is a fucking pain, so I don't do it. Despite knowing that's something that people find valuable to have on Fix. Maybe one day. Wow. Little too tight on the timing. Just a bad spot to be in with my dodge. I think my dodge might have been up and I just mistimed it, but I think my dodge also might have been down. It's probably safer to like go to the right there. I was just trying to get a hit in again. But good otherwise. Like, again, I'm fairly confident one of them was close. I could be wrong, but it felt... That is my gut feel. Based on how much damage I felt I had done. Should have gone under to the right. I was like, oh, I need to go through the middle to dodge that. And no, not if I wait that long, so I was trying to get a hit in. I, again, got fucked by the spot. I guess I just need to anticipate that, but that's the second time I've just been fucked by them spawning in, so I didn't realize that was a next attack. That was a risky thing to do, so I'm pretty sure I worried my dodge was not up. And then I moved in such a way where I needed it to be up, or probably needed it to be up. I guess I could have gone to the right there and hoped either my dodge was up for the next one, or I could have just hovered around the spikes if I needed to. Like, that's my remaining weak point here that was kind of covered up by being able to take hits, is that I can get myself into a corner with these three pretty badly where I don't have a dodge up, and then they dive in a way where I need it to be up. Okay, hon. See you in a minute. Damn. I am also going to BRB. Get some water. Once I can do this, and... Be right back. Actually, I'm gonna run this. Actually, no, I'm gonna step out and do a thing in the area outside Godham real quick that I wanted to solve and couldn't figure out how to solve, and now I've just looked up. It's just a small NPC encounter that would be fun to do, I think. Although, I should just get the proper full dialogue. I guess no, I can do it. I can do it this way around. Welcome back. I shouldn't have to go that far to do this, which will be nice. Also, apparently the Nailsmith's body is in here somewhere, if you killed him, which I did, because I am evil. He did ask for it, but also I could have said, no, I won't do that for you. Which I suppose is one of the many things I will do in my next playthrough. Well, I guess I'll have several next playthroughs if I really want to do the Steel Soul stuff, but if I do, on the playthrough where I do all of the alternate paths, more room here. I think I might have already, yeah, I might have already been through here, and I just didn't go to it after I'd started Godhome stuff. Didn't have my character interaction, or I'm going the wrong way. Also possible. Yes, I've gone the wrong way. Well, that's fine. My defense, this looks exactly like the door I was looking for. Is there an obvious other place to go here that I'm just missing? So I can and will just pull out the guide again, but I didn't think it would be this complicated to go to where this NPC is. And I know they're in the world because I saw them earlier. Okay. The whole network is good at many things. I feel like this kind of thing is like sometimes like I don't understand what you're indicating or where it is. I could watch a YouTube video, but I refuse, so. I also could, I suppose, put on the compass, which would make it easier to spot the exact spot in question here, but. will watch the fucking YouTube video. Because I apparently cannot be trusted to follow a guide, or I cannot be trusted to understand a map location. I'm immediately being frustrated by said guide because it's showing a bunch of lead up. Okay, so is it literally just that room and then I just missed the part you're supposed to go to afterwards? Because that would make sense, but that would be very frustrating if that were the case. I see. Okay. I understand now. Also, I'm gonna go get my... Here. I need to go inside your head real quick. Apparently you get different dialogue if you don't have the Fluke Nest Charm versus if you do, but I don't feel like coming all the way back here. I guess the wiki and or the community have surmised that, or have, you know, observed this is the only Fluke that actually talks to you and questions whether all of them were like that before the infection. And also has lines related to the Fluke Marm Charmer about, you know, like, oh, am I Mother now? Now that you have killed Mother. I don't know how Fluke life cycles work. I think the community does not know either. I guess also when she's up there on the ledge, she's upset at this guy whispering weirdly in the corner. Also, I guess the Nailmaster's corpse is on the ground somewhere over there, but whatever. Actually, no. You know, we can at least go see his corpse if it's in there. And then you can get back to learning to be good at good enough at Sisters of Battle to not get hit. Damn. Sorry, man. It's okay. Next time, next run, he will live. I will trade his life for Zote's. Okay. I had intended to jump up and like dash between them, but I guess I was a little bit slow on the jump up part. Oh. It's like every 1 in 100 times I'm too slow in the poking part too. I'm looking at Fluke Marm next to me, and I might do a couple levels of that too before getting back into the actual serious stuff. I assume watching me do boss fights is entertaining no matter what, and you enjoying being here, Aurora, but you can tell me if you want more specific things. Saw. Well, the thing I was trying to say, and I guess maybe I should have held until I was a little more stable, was that Dosa and Bapanada, or Bapanada, are the two lines that are just stuck in my head. Or I guess 3, if you count Hornets Get Good at the end, of just, you know, bug language that have just embedded themselves in my brain now because I've played this game enough and or watched other people play it enough. I was second guessing myself on whether to wait in the middle or go across, and I needed to pick one. That was a kind of unnecessarily risky way to do that. That's not the death I was expecting after saying that, but I think I forgot they had those like single patterns where one of them goes to a side and the other one, and like one of the other ones dives at you, but you don't necessarily have all 3 in a sequence. And I don't have a muscle memory way to handle that yet, but besides, well, Jesus. Besides kind of just winging it. Like the winging it's mostly working, but I think I am sometimes getting myself into a bad spot compared to most of the other attacks where I'm usually handling it now. I don't know why I'm addicted to dashing through the discs all the time when I could just as easily not do that. I'm learning. I'll get there. Nice. 3 hits. I have been getting away with those, but I think I need to at least position correctly first. And not be in a place where they're gonna just immediately dive me because they have already started the animation and I'm still screaming. Dosa. I don't think that was necessarily the risky kind of scream I just was talking about, but the part where I, like, again, second-guessed myself and walked directly into a disc afterwards was not ideal. I guess my dodge wasn't up. I thought it was. That or the one that I dodged through was about to be out of the game and therefore not a damage concern. And I guess I was wrong on one or both of those counts. I don't know why I do that every once in a while where I just like look at the boss and think I'm dodging towards the boss and then I press the opposite direction of the control pad. Or on the control stick. I cannot justify why this is happening. I can switch back to pad gaming and see if that makes it less likely I just do a reversal like that, but who could say? Despite it being a comfortable one, I think the particular controller I'm using is not a good controller. In some, you know, absolute sense. That or I'm not necessarily consistent pressing it firmly in cardinal directions? And using it in the way I actually mean to be using it, and I get misinput a lot because of that. That's on me. Alright. Well, at least it's been a while since I've done that, is the upshot. knockback from the swing. I don't want to like push it to get overconfident. I feel like with the damage output I know I'm capable of, the second I get this fight down to 2 of them, it's gonna just end with however much damage they picked up along the way. It's just gonna go real fast. I just need to get to that point and stop almost getting to that point and then getting hit. I didn't attack that time because of what happened last time, but instead I just walked directly into her hurt box again. One step forward, one step back. I realize that's not the saying. I'm saying that is what I did. I didn't realize that was one of the moves they had. Says not come up. And really with a fantastically well-timed combo too, because that was fine. I just like had jumped into like the worst part of the screen to be in, given what they were about to do. Good to know. I could tell like I was landing in a bad way. I should have just gone farther over. But I was already committed to falling. Just had a very distinct, or possibly merged several memories of buying Bionicles when I was a kid at the local toy store in my town, which I think has not existed for a long, long time, now that I think about it. For all I know it does, but it feels like the kind of place that would have gone out of business many years ago. Ow. But yes, I'm recalling buying Bionicles at it specifically, so it was one of those kids. Yeah, Bionicles were good and cool, I think. That's my take. The cultural appropriation, not great. The other part's good. I like the part where you build little guys and they do movement stuff and also are elements. And also you can fucking build giant crab robots, which I made when I was an older kid and had like the big kits. Hello. Welcome to the chat. You have joined just in time for me to dash directly into the spikes for no reason. I will do it again, but hopefully not soon. I'm doing Sisters of Battle perfect and then going back into... Actually, I'm probably going to do some more just boss practice, but in theory I'm working on Pantheon Apollonist. Sly is, I think, my weak point there. And maybe Winged Nosk, which I don't feel that comfortable on yet. I'm doing alright. Well, I did say I might do it again. No, I stream Wednesdays and Fridays, though there will not be a Friday stream this week. I usually have 2 games up. I'm doing Hollow Knight, and in theory I'm doing Armored Core 6, but I've been taking a break from that for reasons. And again, won't be doing this Friday either, but Hollow Knight will be continuing on Wednesdays until I get through God Home stuff, and then I will... Probably picking up 9 Souls, I think is the next thing that's going to be in the Wednesday slot. Oh, damn it. Yeah, it was 1 hit away. I don't have an excuse for that one. I am in the furry community, yes. I am into it, I am in it, I am all of these things. Thanks. Too eager. That is not a death I've had, I don't think. Got nothing for that. I have not. I have been to 1 digital convention, but I have not been to a FurCon. I got into stuff... I think I've been a furry for a lot longer than I used to think of myself as one, but back in when I didn't think of myself as one, I was not really in a place to go to cons, so I never did any of that, or, you know, saved up or anything. And I have not had the... I've not had my life in a place where it's been convenient to go to one since I've had, you know, income and availability. Possible one day, but... I again was thinking they were off the screen like a millisecond earlier, and they weren't. I do not have a fursuit. I have not had the kind of disposable income I would need for one, and because they're expensive, I would get really nervous about the idea of getting one and then ruining it. It's again a kind of long maybe, but I don't foresee it being the kind of thing I want to go for. Probably would be more suited to spend time at just a con or just to commission more art. Have the character live on that way. I don't know why I said live on. Exists, I guess is what I actually mean. Dosa. I really like how they keep just like attacking your corpse when you're off screen. Again, I guess I that is, you know, common of Souls, but funny to see in this form specifically. I was thinking, oh, I'll do my scream and then my dash, which is what I usually do. And then I was like, oh, the discs are in the middle. I probably shouldn't dash there. And then I didn't dash. And then I was just sitting there while the boss came down on my head. Getting there. Gonna have a clean run. It's gonna happen. I was trying to jump right that time. I guess I could check how much health they have in the second phase, because it feels like I must keep... Every time it feels like I'm getting close, and that may or may not be true, but whatever damage I'm doing, it's clearly not enough to kill one of them. I guess it's still the thing of the way this boss fight works, is I might be getting a lot of damage on them, but if it's spread out among 3 of them, then That's great for once I finally manage to break down to the 2 fight, but until then it's just a bunch of, like, presumably I've done damage. I can't see in any way, but presumably one assumes it's happening. Oh, so. That was a wasted scream, but whatever. It's not like I'm using the soul anyway. I think I could just start doing more of that. The problem is I still need to do the thing where I actually successfully get out of the way. I need to find safe opportunities to use a spell. Like, I know I said several attempts ago, like, oh, I just need to kind of, you know, do this safely, but I wouldn't mind a couple free hits to speed up the part where this becomes a 2 fight. I'm still making enough mistakes in this that dragging that on forever is not a great idea, and I think I would like to take a little risk on to hasten it. Definitely don't want to use any spells here, though. I think just building up soul here to use later is a good idea. Oh, stop. I will keep saying that. I will not stop. I started it too late. It would have been fine if I hadn't moved over to there before I cast. Because that extra beat was the time I needed to finish the spell and then dash away. I'm learning. We're having a lot of unfortunate deaths in this hitless run, but I am learning things, which is always helpful. It'll probably help in the Pantheon one day, one assumes. Will I learn my lesson about doing that? Probably not. Will I get better at pulling it off? Slowly. Mistake. That's I guess the thing about doing this version of the fight, the hitless, is that it is like a weighted training gear type of thing where it's like I am making this much harder than it's ever going to be in a real Pantheon. In a real Pantheon, I can afford to take the risk of a hit to, you know, get a scream off and make this fight take a lot shorter, which, you know, happened in the earlier run. It's just when I can't be hit, I have to be a little more careful about it, or, you know, bear the risks of not being careful about it and then getting killed. Oh, so. There we go. Sweet. Thank you, ladies. I always love this fight. I was just charging up soul, and I was like, what if I just never stopped doing this? I didn't think I did enough damage to make that viable, but apparently I do. Doing this hit list seems like it's mostly fine unless I fuck up, but... I hadn't accounted for the flukes having more than one heart in the calculus of is it safe to just juggle this forever. I'm gonna give us like 1 or 2 more tries. I am not committed to doing this flawless. I was just wondering how easy it might be. It's wild how much of a difference it makes when it between 2 hearts per hit and all of your hearts per hit. It's big. It's a big difference. Changes so many things about the world. Okay, we're done with this. I'm gonna do something else. Very silly, boss. So yeah, I can actually practice Winged Nos now if I want to. But I mostly am curious about practicing, fuck you. You fucker. I also wanted there's another like optional fight in here that gives you bragging rights and nothing else. And I looked up how to do it, how to unlock it, and then I forgot how to do so. So I'm gonna look it up again and see if I can figure out what I'm doing here. The Eternal Ordeal is secret challenge, exciting. I know all these things. Location. The ceiling above the third arch from the. Oh, I guess I'm doing this fight first. Whoops. Well, I need to practice. I think once I learned his patterns, I found him much easier during the second phase, despite thinking it was scarier at first, but I need to remember like how to get there safely. Because like the way I learned it originally is like getting hit all the time, which is, somewhat viable if it's the end of a Pantheon, but if he's like, midway through, I need a cleaner strategy than that. I think he has more health in the Pantheon is the other thing, but not necessarily enough that I need to worry about a whole new strategy for doing it. So I think I was trying to find out is above the third arch. Okay, look at a diagram. In the right place. I think I need to like break the ceiling there, which is a little bit easier said than done, but also I've not even gotten a hit on it yet to know whether it's tricky or not. Yeah, there's something there. Can't if I feel like I at least unlocked this in my Switch play. I don't remember if that's 100% true, though. And I know I certainly didn't beat it all the way it can be beaten. There we go. Oh, you can apparently shriek that open, which I guess would in fact be easier, wouldn't it? So as it says, it's called the Eternal Ordeal, but it is a maximum of... Well, I guess you'll see. I guess I should just do the thing. Embarrassing to die. I know it literally is a challenge and it's hard, but I hate dying to Zote under any circumstances. It makes me feel inadequate. I simply must kill him more. So I'm not going to necessarily grind this out, or at least not make it my top priority, but it is not infinite Zotes. It is a number of Zotes, but it is a high number of Zotes. And you get more kinds of Zote as you go on. And like, it's definitely to your benefit to, you know, keep them off the field. And I assume there are safe heal windows. I was just not finding them that last attempt. But like, it is definitely a thing where you want to ideally not be healing if at all possible. I was hoping it was anything but that. I think it's 75, but I should double check. Or maybe it's more than that. Or no, I think maybe it is literally endless, but like after you get to a certain point, it is literally just your bragging rights. How far can you go? But there's like a point where it has some cosmetic change on the world. Oh yeah, you get a title screen at 57. Which I think is about as many as I actually care about, practically. Do I I want to change my spell loadout? No, he's the one who sucks. I mostly don't want to change my loadout. There's just the quick swipe and the spell recharge are not as useful here as in some other bosses. This is really funny. Oh, that was a sad lie. I just saw that end one at the end. I didn't know Zone had a tragic backstory. I can breathe for a second until more of them get in over here. Give me a second to breathe, please. I know it's literally the point of the fight to not, but make an exception. It's my birthday. Just a little birthday girl. The floaty ones that don't explode are the inverse of Saluba's blessing, and they siphon soul from you if they're on screen. Which, given my my strat here, bad. Don't like that one. Damn it. He's a little bit slower. Oh boy, it's a terrible spawn. Please, no, not like this. Get enough there. Oh, I had more soul than I did. Never mind. I don't know what they're doing over there, but it's not my business or my problem. Damn. 50. That's close to 57, though it is not quite 57. I just got kind of off kilter there at the end and needed to, like, regain solid ground somehow, and I would have been fine, I think, to go a few more. I'm not sure how many spawns I'm missing at that point. I think it's most of the things that can spawn. At least based on my partial memory of the Wikipedia, the Hollow Knight wiki page on such. One of them down. This is, again, not surprising given the format, but this is so dependent upon what you happen to get, really, and when. It's just like, I just need a little bit of time to heal, and I'm just not really getting it. I don't know how much you can, like, cheese the spawns by keeping stuff alive intentionally, so I think it's at least partially time-based. Like, you can't... You might be able to keep a guy alive to an extent to, you know, buy time for yourself. I think you mostly are just getting stuff whether you want it or not. You just need, like, you know, luckier patterns to make it less dicey for you. And the explosive ones can, get team kills, and they do count towards your score, which is nifty, but that's, you know, not something you can really count on, really. Oh, that's mean. Fucking spawned an exploding guy on me in the corner. I guess, you know, I should have been watching for it, but I was trying to just get away from the fucking hell in the middle there. Alright. If I'm dipping below my max, I might give this a couple more tries and then bounce off to something else, like actual practice for the, what I was in theory doing this stream. Fucking juggling zone is really funny. Right, I remembered I had to jump that too late. I didn't even see how many, what it was. It felt like it was 30s somewhere. 31. Yeah, okay. I might just tip out of this for a minute. I feel fully capable of this, but having reached my beginner's luck peak and dipped off, it's like, okay, I don't actually want to commit to this as much as I clearly need to. Let's do some more slide practice, and then maybe think about doing a couple more runs at Big Pantheon. I may not do a huge big stream, since we already got one of the cool triumphs, and, like, while I am, you know, confident I have a Pantheon of Hollow Nest in me, I don't think today's going to be the night, and I'm not even sure tonight's going to be the night I get to Absolute Radiance. I still need to find a good, like, opening here. Because using this first page is just so, like, aggressive about, like, always having a backswing for every attack. So it's like, I feel like I'm always punished for getting a hit in, which I assume there's ways to do it. Like, I assume it's not just a you must get hit thing. Well, I guess it literally can't be. There's a challenge for doing a hit list, but, like, I don't see the safe windows for him yet. Or at least not in phase 1. Phase 2, it's easier to tell, but... I guess it's maybe the same lesson as, like, phase 2 teaches you, which is you get one hit and you get out with Sly. Like, that's the way he works. You get your one hit and you like it. And you don't get greedy for another one. Which, again, real general Souls lesson, don't get greedy. But, like, Sly is, like, particularly, like... clear about it, I guess, of just like, yeah, you get one hit and you back the fuck away. You get the fuck out of Sly's space. He will make you regret it if you were there for even 1 second longer. God, I'm regretting it now because I'm just not playing carefully enough. Yeah, it's fine. So I'm trying to reposition because I had my legs crossed in a way that was making my leg go slowly numb, and I want it to not do that, as it turns out, so... Fucking, like, anime-ass, like, he does. Ha! A real challenger has appeared. I love Sly generally, but even behind, like, default shonen protagonist-ass voice is a little... very funny. Also, I'm sorry to the VA for Sly, that's not what you were going for, but that's all I can hear, I'm sorry. Fucking, a man of culture-ass, like, line read. Alright, simply don't fuck up the dance, and then I win. There we go. Oh. Thanks, bud. Ow. You could be so fucking mean to the... I guess this is not necessarily the first boss, I don't think, depending on your path, but one of the first bosses in the game you can be so fucking mean to if you want. I may have literally juggled Zope, but I am being meaner to this guy. Damn, I was hoping he would break before that. Do it to back up. Greedy, not punished. I'm just playing a different game than this boss at this point. And it's not as mean as I could have been. Like, I could have been screaming. I was just worried I would get hit. I remembered he was different in this version, but I couldn't remember which ways. More health, presumably, too, but can't exactly measure that. Okay, yeah, I can flawless this one, too. Get this man out of my life, except for the fact that he's still in the Pantheon I'm ignoring, because I wanted to do fucking ego trip around the boss arena. It's playtime. Sometimes Kitty needs enrichment. but it's beating the shit out of earlier bosses in the game. Ow. That is the one problem with, like, aggro strats here, is, like, I kind of need a pattern that lets me just, like, wail on them until they break. Otherwise, I need to start playing it real safe again, which I can do, but it's slower and riskier compared to just what if I killed them instantly with aggressive attacks. There we go. It's exactly the pattern I don't want for Flawless. There we go. Yeah, this is like a little bit luck, because I need like kind of a good dodge pattern. I have to be, you know, much more careful about my movement, but real fast fight. It's turns out it's easier to flawless a boss fight if you don't get hit. That was not the flawless, but this will be. Damn. Yeah, that's the kind of pattern I need him to not do. No, please move out of the corner. I know you love the corner and it's your only strategy against me, but please move somewhere else. Be somewhere else where I can just dodge past you. God, please move forward. You were doing it so much earlier. I know, like, some of that was me, you know, using invincibility frames to beat your ass, but if you considered being nice to me. Ow. Okay, that's on me. That was all on me. You did what I asked, and I ran into you like a dumbass. That's on me. That was exactly what I wanted, and I just second-guessed myself on it. Yeah, okay. Problem is I'm getting, like, more cautious about putting damage in, because I'm worried about the dreaded double swing. And then when I actually get a, you know, short but actually good movement in the direction I want, I am not prepared for it. Damn it. Dodged a little bit short. I might be able to get some spell charge off that if I'm really careful, but I think it might just be to my best interest to play it like I'm playing it. Damn it. But with more success. Because, like, once I get to, you know, stagger, I can get my 3 charges off, dump that full spell into the boss, and, like, you know, second and third phases are nothing by comparison. This can decay to how I play this fight when I'm allowed to be hit. Falling rock. You know what? Tired of this man. I think you can bring in Soul to these. I guess we'll find out if I'm wrong, but... You cannot. Okay, never mind. I guess that makes sense. I just couldn't decide if I hadn't actually ever looked, and I wasn't sure it was the kind of thing where it's like, no, you can't. We're keeping it, you know, even playing ground, or like, yes, you can, and then it's just your responsibility to go recharge every time you fuck up. Either one felt viable as the answer of what was working here. And again, I just had never looked to think about it. We'll get there. Hopefully this won't take as long as the sisters did, but we'll get there. I think if I can just survive through one stagger phase, I will basically be set, because like there's so much less hitting involved when you can just dump a full like maxed out spell thing on the boss. It goes so much quicker. I am just having trouble with the part where I need to actually do several successful dodges in a row without making a mistake. I guess I could also play it more consistently safe and just like back away more. It's just by the same token, if I am, you know, flubbing dodges here, I don't want to. I want to try very hard to not lengthen the phase. No. That is a risk of trying to be sneaky and get the... Well, I guess that wasn't the risk of getting the soul relay. That was the risk of not being careful how I used it once I had it. I was trying to move close so I could use the scream, and I instead just touched the hitbox, or the hitbox. There we go. I second-guessed myself again. That was a better opening, I think. I think getting one scream and then playing it the way I've been playing it is correct to do. It was just a bit dicey that attempt because I was looking away from my computer on the load-in and was a little bit late to get the Dream Nail in as a consequence, and was worried I was going to be late enough that I would just die instead of getting it. On account of the boss, you know, hitting me with his big mace. They don't care that it's my birthday boy. That I'm a birthday boy, or birthday girl, or birthday ghost, or whatever the Hollow Knight is. Dreaded triple swing. birthday ungendered. If Hornet's the gendered child, is the Hollow Knight the ungendered child? Assigned no gender at birth. Which I guess is ideal for many people. I don't even mean to suggest that as a goof, just Hollow Knight assigned none gender. Really assigned none anything. That is literally the plot of the video game. Get full soul, which is unfortunate. I will simply have to succeed my dodges. There we go. I assumed they were jumping, and they were not in fact jumping. Damn it. Real close, though. That would have been, like, almost there, I'm pretty sure. That was an awkward pattern. I don't need to sound so blamey for the game of just what is ultimately I didn't jump well enough, but... So I think I heard Trisha jump onto something. Sometimes the pattern is extra unfortunate, and it's like, okay, I need to jump up above this attack, and also I need to thread through these rocks at the same time. Really don't like that pattern. There we go. Would have been really funny if one of those rocks had just KO'd me right then. Because they count. I guess if that wasn't immediately clear. Alright. Goodbye forever. Let's just do some more Pantheon runs, and then maybe... I don't know, I'm speaking as if I'm going to end early, and I'm not 100% sure on that, but given that it's just the big one, I don't know. Kind of wanted to take a few swings at it. I've already taken one swing, so I guess I want a few more to beat a few, but I fully anticipated this taking another session, at the very least. Hi, Trishy. Can you keep moving, honey? Can you keep going? Can you keep walking? Thanks, hon. I have guided her to... Well, she's staring into my fan and blowing and letting it blow on her face. And eventually she will sit in her box, presumably. Oh, nope, nope, she's sitting underneath the monitor. I've caught Trisha staring into my desk fan a lot, and I guess you must, you know, like the sensation at this point, but it's just funny as knowing animal, like house animals, to generally not like fans or having their faces blowed on. She's like, no, this is good, actually. I like the way this feels. Which, hey, good for her. She's allowed. It's a fan. I'm not gonna turn the fan on just for her benefit, but it is for her too. These guys are still most annoying when they just insist on being out of phase with each other. If they're in phase, everything's great and fine. If they're out of phase, it becomes very annoying very quickly. Oh, I didn't realize it deletes their summons too, that's neat. Or maybe it's just that I actually did hit all three at once. Okay, it does delete the summons. Hi Trishy, I love you. Please stop living above my small platform. Yeah, you can do that if you want, because I can at least predict it, but when you're just, like, living above the center platform. Yeah? Doing alright there, bud? She did that, one of the last runs, too. Or, like, at some point in the first run, I mean. Hey, bud. I would say I'm sorry about this, but we both know I'm not sorry about this. Could do the spells like I did last time. I think this time I just value coming out of this with a full everything bar. Because I do not need soul to beat this man's ass. Now that I'm remembering to use the soul or the dream now whenever possible in these fights, it eases things up a little bit. Okay, move over, you piece of shit. Move over. Don't maybe come over there. Someone come over there and yell at you. Piece of shit. Please be in a place I can just... That'll work. Big brain boy down. That's the way you beat that with spells that I should have done last time. Simply get all 4 hits of your scream attack off.
Yes.
I need to stop letting them push me into this corner. Maybe it's fine, actually. I was trying to push it because I was like, he's got to be close, and like, maybe he was. However, that's no excuse to just sit there swinging while he's also swinging at me. It's no way to play a Pantheon. Messed up my shout and also my dodge. Unfortunate. So I guess he just clears whatever summons are on the screen whenever either of them dies, even if it's not the one that summoned them. That's interesting. Or if that's intentional or just like a limitation of the way they programmed it. Like it's just designed to like wipe all summons whenever one of them dies, and when they added 2, it still just does that. And yeah, Well, yeah, I guess it restate my earlier thing. And then either they said, well, that behavior is fine, or that behavior is something we can't fix in time. So better to just leave it as is and fall, fuck you. Or there's your gift, player. They are all white from the screen whenever you kill one. Congrats. I think Hollow Knight is enough explored by players as well that I can imagine someone out there knows the answer besides someone who worked on it. Bad time to take water in retrospect, but I don't know why I said take water. That's a deranged thing to say. I didn't realize they took so long to swing on the base version. I think the funny thing about getting used to more advanced bosses in the Pantheons or in the whatever DLC added that concept is that you forget what the normal boss does in some cases. And sometimes what the normal boss does and what the main boss, or what the advanced boss do are very different and have very different, you know, counters. I feel like I remember this gave me a lot of trouble on either Attune or on hitless difficulty, because the jump, you actually do need to move slightly or its tail hits you. Like, you can't just wait in place. You can mostly just wait in place, but not entirely. See you, Hornet. Please. Your boss fight sucks and I want to be out of here as soon as possible. Can you please just make it easy for you to die? Trisha, baby, I need you to kind of splay out a little less in the way. She's getting comfy on the desk, as is her right, but I do need to kind of steer her to take up less space a bit. Now, I thought that one was not quite positioned to hit me, and I was wrong. Messy, but whatever. I don't need to stunt on every one of these bosses. I just need to get through in reasonable health and soul usage. And, you know, fairly quickly. Time is a concern. Like, making these full Pantheon runs less onerous by making the boss fights faster is, like, the specific point of running a build like what I'm building. Or, like, what I'm running. Because, like, yeah, I could beat the bosses with other builds, like the one I did when I played the first time, but, like, when I'm trying to make grinding up to absolute radiance not a hellish thing, I need to, you know, shave time off when possible. Make the fights a little bit faster and cleaner and more consistent. easy. But it feels, after having so many bosses where I was, you know, getting good at spell uses, but not having great, like, scream uses specifically, it's great to have one where I just, you know, get my screams in and the boss is just deleted from existence. Right, I keep forgetting that that's probably the attack he's gonna do. One of them favors that and one of them favors the other one. I never remember which is which. Which I guess is, again, part of the point of this boss fight. There we go. Love you guys. Hi, Trishy. She's rolling on her back, on her sides. She's stretching her feetsies out. It's very cute. She doesn't know what English is, or should be embarrassed about me talking about her feetsies live online. But thankfully she doesn't know what any of those are, so she's just like, wow, words are being said next to me, this is great. I love when I am talked to. She knows some words. She knows her name and like some other concepts, I think, but most words are beyond her, and that's fine. She doesn't have need of them. They don't serve her. I love it when you two pile up for me. Thank you. Dosa. I need to step away for a moment. I will be right back. Wah. It would make sense you can't soul off an empty creature like yourself. Like Pure Vessel is specifically warded. I think Hollow might be as well, but it also makes sense that like both versions of Ken also can't have soul pulled out in that way because there ain't nothing there. Hi Trishy, welcome back to the desk. Baby, please not in front of the screen, honey. Lay down. She still wants to be tall and in front of the screen, and I'm begging her to not do so. I need to fucking practice him too, because I just don't understand like the safe patterns in his spells, despite them I think not being that complicated. It's just I guess maybe I will just go practice him, because I got through by, you know, flailing last time, but I think I need to actually learn his safe patterns. Also, I'm increasingly feeling the pull to just be like, okay, we got a Pantheon done, even if I still have the big one, and maybe I just leave that for a fresh session. Because it is a little bit late. And I do have other things I could be doing with my PC besides, well, I guess I do have to get some of the stuff kicked off, but I've got Blender renders for a project to get knocked out that I cannot do at the same time as streaming on account of them using the same part of my computer. I'm trying to find one of these I want to knock out besides the one I just said I needed to practice. I guess nothing in that row, it's just all the late game bosses. What I want is something earlier. Fuck out of here. Oh. Going to bed? Okay, hon. I probably won't be up much longer. I think I might just do some boss grinding. But thanks for hanging out. Always happy to have you hanging out in chat. Need to be a little more careful. A little tiny bit. And also use more spell. I was like, oh, I have a second. My brain thought, oh, I have a second before I need to actually jump. And also, if I have a second, I can use a spell. And the second of those things was not true. Not of that much time. Damn it. I would love to be using more screams on this, but this is a kind of like milder version of the situation I was having with Pure Vessel, where I didn't trust myself to find the spot where it was safe to stand to get this scream off. I think unlike that, I'm not gonna have an easy tell, like realizing the head is safe to stand on. Embarrassing. I should have reacted a bit faster, but also I picked a bad place to stand given what the laser pattern was, which I didn't know until that moment. trying to use the big screen here, especially on when I try this on radio. I guess the health isn't that much. Well, I guess I haven't seen it on. I was gonna say that seemed like it was less health than the fight I just did, but the fight I just did was on the higher difficulty, which adds health, so it doesn't really tell me anything. It might have less health and more attack. That might be just the trade-off it has, but I don't know that for sure without checking the wiki, and I don't particularly actually need to do that. Doesn't seem too bad. I'm not sure if I would have been safe under that laser or not, so I guess I'm glad I got the shot off. Also, I guess that wasn't... Oh, that was hitless. Never mind. I thought it was one difficulty down. Well, nice. I'm trying to see if I want to mess with any of the rest of these. I'll come back to you. I'll come back for you, out. Do need to actually practice Winged Nos. I just don't want to do it right now, because I don't like that fight. Like, I'm gonna have to get used to it eventually. It's just, I don't have to like it. Whoop. I need to respect her a bit more on this difficulty. Yeah, I think I definitely have a flawless Hornet 2 fight inmate, but it is more of a jump than I remembered from Hornet 1 and Hornet 2, so I'm gonna need to learn to be more careful and not to walk directly into parries also, which I probably don't respect because they, you know, they mostly don't come up in this game, except for certain bosses. I mean, they can come up on any boss, given how, like, the combat system works, or, you know, any boss that lets you parry them, which is a decent number of them, it seems. But as a thing you have to worry about as on the defensive side, it's definitely rare. Ow. Her bringing up the mines is the part of this I was worried about, but I guess if you just burst her down enough, you don't need to worry about that phase for that long. A lot of these I do really want to sit down and, like, grind out. I just am trying to think if any of them are ones I want to do right now, or if I just want to end the stream and, like, come back next time. Because I am EP, is the thing. But, I don't know. I'm going to look around at bosses for a minute longer and decide if any of them feel like, yes, I want to fight this boss right now. Trisha, baby, please don't get ideas on. Sweet. Knowing, like, you know, having a good spell build helps even here in just these boss clears, because, like, a bunch of these I got flawless, you know, my original just oops all nail strat, like, when I did this game the first time. But it makes a lot of the fights faster, it turns out, and if the fight's faster, and it allows you to restart after a failed attempt, or, you know, force a boss through to the end before they get to their spicy phase or whatever. I'm specifically thinking of the next boss when I say that, the one that you can, like, very easily scream to death if you position correctly, which is what I'm gonna do. I figured this was two of them on the higher difficulties, but I think I can still flawless this. I'm at least gonna give it a shot. Ow. Bad sign. Not the worst sign, but bad sign. I would love to aim my dive correctly. There we go. Finally got a double hit. Damn. I think these three, and then I might one more turn myself with one other thing, and then I will call it until next week. Unfortunate. I was like, maybe I can get the kill before it dives, because it's almost only going to dive, and I was wrong. It dove too quickly. Not having a good like outlet for spells on this is frustrating. Like, I'm finding ways to use them, but like broadly, it's not ever effective to use spells on these bosses, which is annoying. Like, you need them in position a certain way, or it just is not viable. Or not consistent, I guess, which is distinct, but most of the way the same problem. God, I don't know, getting antsy about leaving them up, and instead got hit by the big one. That helps. Kind of. That was actually fine. I just needed to, like, pivot into, oh, I need to pogo. And, like, this is another muscle memory thing where it's just I'm used to, like, this boss being like, okay, they do a swoop, I do a jump, I do a pogo. And, like, it is not hard to, you know, add a pogo in the middle of that. It's just my brain is not used to doing that. And so the reaction time can be a little slow, which can have unfortunate consequences when I'm not allowed to be hit or miss a pogo. Damn. Hi, Trishy. I'm also trying to re-internalize that I do in fact get my pogo back every time I hit an enemy, which has been the case the whole game. It's just that doesn't usually come up, or it hasn't come up with how I've been playing. And it's not the way other games work, notably Celeste. So I'm just like, well, I mean, Celeste is a different entire system entirely, but as one of the things it has is it doesn't give you your jumps back that freely. So I'm like, surely I don't have my jump back already, and I do have my jump back already. The game is nice like that. I should have saved that soul. I think I was nervous about the little one doing something stupid, but I should have just been a little brave and whatever, didn't matter. unfortunate placement, which I guess I have mostly myself to blame for, but... Not good enough for flawless, but we'll see if they get a better pattern. Good start. Jumped over too early and was punished with... I guess I could have gotten out of that easily. I just wanted to also get the scream in, and doing that and getting out without a dash charge was not going to work. Damn. I definitely want to get the screams in, even if it is putting the run at risk, because it makes this fight so much faster if you get screams in. I also wish it would do the the big spray attack more often. It's doing all the things I can't punish by screaming. I got what I wanted, did not execute correctly. That's on me. Maybe losing a bit of my edge to being sleepy. Like, granted, this is the one-hit kill difficulty, which I've not been playing much on, but... I think I also need to be dodging more aggressively side to side, even if it does sometimes mean I get awkward timing with the big spit, because, like, I need to have, like, a good chunk of the arena to move around in, and if I get moved too far to one side, it becomes very dicey suddenly. Again, got too eager. I think I was thinking I need to be next to it quickly and misjudged how far it was to be next to it, and also was worried about the falling spray, but I think I could have navigated that with more aplomb than I did. There we go. Also occurred to me I could have been using just any other spell, but I get so much bang for the buck of the screen that I just wanted to make sure, absolutely sure it was up every time. Even if that meant probably in practice wasting a bunch of soul. What is it, Markov? Yeah, Markov is actually going to be harder in here than in the Pantheon, because I can't bring Soul into the fight, which is interesting. There goes Flawless. Coward. He's gonna go first. God, doing any of these hitless, especially not being able to come in a soul, feels spicy, which is why I'm not making that a goal now or possibly anytime soon, but I will think about it, contemplate it. There we go. 2 hits. It's more than 0, as it turns out, but... Alright, I think I'm just gonna wrap it. I will get this up when I can. Nothing on Friday. Got other stuff going on. It's possible for August I will just pause Friday streams for a minute, but I'm not decided on that, so we'll see. Hollow Knights will continue on Wednesdays, at least until... At least for now. I might also have to pause that in August. We'll see. I need to check on some things. But, yeah, I'll just be doing God Home and working on Pantheon of Hollow Knights until I get there. And, yeah. Game fun. Look forward to playing more of it, and see you next time. Bye.